Bum, bum, bum.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street. It goes to bang, bang, bang. Suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind, my mind. You see, born to be alive. You see, born. You see, born to be alive. You see, born. You see, born to be alive. You see, born. To be alive. Born to be alive. Yes, you were born. Born. Born to be alive. Yes, you were born.
Alrighty then. Welcome in, everybody. It's Saturday. A little bit of a late start today. The dog, Scout, she was ready to be picked up from the vet. We had to go pick her up around 1. But now we're here. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm your host, Mr. Brainman. Might be more of a low-key stream today, because I think Casey was thinking about playing some games later. What happened with the bun seeds? Yeah, I was making buns and I was trying to get sesame seeds to stick to the top, but I didn't do it right. Oh. You need to use an egg wash. Well, that's the problem. I needed an egg wash. You know, with the price of eggs these days, though, with the price of eggs these days, doing an egg wash just feels bougie. Like, ooh, ow, ooh. Yeah, you need that protein from the egg to lock in those seeds. Want to make bread? You know, there are some real, like, have you made much bread before? There's some really easy types of bread to make. There are even some types of bread that you don't even really have to knead. A nice loaf of Italian bread, very easy to make. Six to 8 minutes. Kneading. Classic Italian bread's a great place to start. Or you could do French bread. Another great place to start. Love some fresh baked bread. A little bit of butter. 15, thank you for the 20 months. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. You know, try to make your own bagels. I've made bagels once, and they're a little bit more labor intensive because you have to boil them. When you make bagels, you have to roll them into the bagel shape, and then you have to boil them before you bake them. It's what gives them that, like, bagel-y crust. You know what I mean? Make sourdough bread. I've been meaning to. I need to get a sourdough starter started. I keep putting it off. I have a very famous kids TV show about a depressed loaf of bread. But I need to look this up. Bernd das Brot. My God, you're right. Look at him. Bernd das Brot puppet and puppeteer Jörg Teichgräber. Is a Pullman loaf? What's a Pullman loaf? Oh, sandwich bread. His other catchphrases are, I would like to be left alone, I would like to leave this show, and my life is hell. Iconic German humor. My sister is trying to give me a sourdough starter, but I do not have that time. You know, it's basically like keeping a yeast colony as a pet. Sourdough starters are alive. It's like having a pet yeast colony. This is what I need. This is the plan. You have to like feed it and stuff. It's a pet. You have to take care of it. So, in my understanding, to make a sourdough starter, you have to start it. It's like yeast and water and something else. I don't know. But then you have to like take a bunch of it out and like dump it out and then basically let it grow again. And you have to do that a couple times before it's ready. Also, it takes like a week. It's like a week-long process. But once it's going, it's going. Once it's going, it's going. Okay. I want a big, fun jar to do it in. I want like a big, like, I want one of these, you know? I want a fun jar to do it in. I have regular mason jars, but I want something like this. It's like buying a terrarium for your fish. Like, I want it to have a nice home. We're just gonna be doing Q&A today. Like I said, we're gonna be doing it a little more laid back, a little more low key. Did we enjoy the presentation from yesterday? I was happy with how that one turned out. Aim at Butthead to connect with Beavis. No, I'm Butthead. I'm Butthead. I'm worried about Casey. She's hitting that volcano nonstop. I mean, the amount of weed that she's actually smoking is relatively small. It's very effective. It's very effective in, you know, what you get out of the weed you smoke. You gotta realize, like, she's smoked like probably a joint's worth of weed or less. Also, she's been streaming nonstop for over 50 days. Let the girl smoke weed. Yeah, we do need a name for the sourdough. You know, something that's like a yeast pun would probably be a good way to go. Some sort of bready pun. We'll think about it. Mm-mm-mm. Freddie Mercury. I asked ChatGPT to give me some names. We're not naming it Donald Trump, that's for sure. Gluten Freeman. Dolly Parton. Let's hear some more. Keep them coming. Toast Malone. Alright, that's pretty funny. Crust Almighty. Oh, Jesus Crust. Weedy Houston. Freddy Krueger. The Yeasty Boys. Red Sheeran. Let's hear some more. Riley Cyrus. Alright, we're starting to lose the script here. We're starting to get off. We're starting to, and I've got some things to think about. We will not be naming it Mr. Yeast, that's for sure. right, we're all lined up for Q&A today. We're all lined up for Q&A. So if you've got Q's, I've got A's. How are we feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good today. Had a productive day yesterday. Had a pretty productive week, actually. I kind of feel like today is more of a chill day. Just chilling a bit. Feeling tired? Oh yeah. I'm with you. I feel proud of myself, as you should. As you should. Had a tough day. Sorry to hear that. How's that going? Right now, I just feel like I want to curl up under a blanket. Just chill, you know what I mean? It's one of those days. Where's that on the wheel? You know, these emotions are all the politically correct emotions. Yeah, where's the unadulterated loathing piece? Where's my blood rage? Where's that one at? Where's my Schadenfreude slice? we could simplify it a little bit. You know what I say? This is too many words. Let's simplify it a little bit. Happy bad? Any sad sillies? Any sick and tireds? I sucked this week. I could barely make myself do the minimum. Well, you still did the thing, so it's fine. It's fine to have weeks where you're just getting by. You did that shit. How about sad tired? No. I'm afraid that's forbidden. We're not allowing that combination. Me personally, I'm looking forward to protest season, you know, once the weather starts warming up a little bit. You know it's gonna be lit. You know it's gonna be a great protest season. Can't wait to see all of the new, you know, military hardware that the police have access to now. Can't wait to see all their new toys. So let's see. Well, let's see. TikTok. Probably not going to get banned tomorrow. They're still probably going to try to ban it eventually. My favorite silver lining of the TikTok ban is that it pushed a lot of users over to the Chinese equivalent of the app. Either, you know, Red Note or Little Red Book, depending on how you want to translate it. And then realizing just the state of America by actually having a conversation with real, living, breathing Chinese citizens instead of just slurping down propaganda all day. Some of my favorite takeaways were hearing that there were Chinese citizens asking questions such as, "Do you really have to pay when you get an ambulance?" I thought that was government propaganda. Some of the conditions in the United States are so bad that other countries don't think that they're real. They think that it's their own government issuing propaganda to make us look bad. That makes me want to laugh and cry and break things all at the same time. Where's that on the wheel? What really irritates me, though, is when you talk about this stuff, and then there are people here who are just like, shh. The neoliberals, they really get to me. Kamala ran a perfect campaign, guys. She had Beyonce, she had Taylor Swift, Oprah. Everybody was turning up for Kamala. She ran a perfect campaign. It's just disappointing to see that, you know, history continues to repeat itself, and if you want your government to give you things, you have to fight for those things. You know. It's capitalism for you. I'm starting to think this whole capitalism thing wasn't such a good idea, guys. I don't know. Right, like they tried to pull out the same tricks that they used in the Obama campaign. It's just like, look at all these celebrities. Look at all these celebrities. They love the guy. But we're in an age now where a lot of people just don't really give a fuck what celebrities have to say anymore. Like those lines have been blurred. It's like people might not look up to a traditional like actor or actress or whoever, because nowadays we live in a world where content can be so specific. It can be so niche. And so people are looking up to, you know, smaller, more individualized creators, and those are the people that they have reverence for. They don't give a shit who John Legend is voting for. They don't give a shit who Bruno Mars is voting for. But back in like 2008, oh yeah, people were like, half of celebrities are being exposed as sick freaks. Well, yeah, they're all sick freaks. Most of them. Not all of them. I'm sure there's some that are, you know, perfectly decent people. So, let's try to make some predictions. How are things gonna go in the next few months? Trying to sift through all of the potential futures. All the different timelines. Which one are we gonna be on? I know is I need a gun for defense. Chuds are going crazy. Right? And like a lot of people are still like anti-gun, and I get the anti-gun sentiment. But this is America. There are more guns than there are people here. You gotta buy a gun to protect yourself from all these lunatics with guns. You do need a well-armed left. You need a well-armed left. You need a well-armed LGBTQ population as well. This is such a wild debate to listen to. I know, this is America, though. We teach children how to shoot guns here. We live on an entirely different planet. See Elon Musk's mega post, make Europe great again. Oh yeah, he's been lost in the sauce for a while now. They have tiny AR-15s for toddlers and shit. It's wild. Yeah, you can't forget that like this kind of shit is real popular for children. Start them off early. Just all right. Who else had a toy gun? At least one. I had at least one. I actually had a few. I had a Dirty Harry revolver toy gun. And then you get the fake. It was kind of like this one. It's huge. Now they make them load. Now they make them actually shoot out fake cartridge casings, which is unreal to me. That's actually so unreal. They're just making them more and more realistic these days. Yeah, like I'm not even talking about necessarily Nerf guns. They're just like, they look like guns, and you pull the trigger and they make like a noise. It just goes like rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. And then you pull it, you're like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then they run around their house and they pretend to shoot everyone in their family. That's happening right now in American households all across the country. There are 5-year-old boys running around with fake guns going, "Bam, bam, you're dead." It's true. The parents just ignore it because parents in America don't get paid enough to pay attention to their children. No questions yet today. No questions yet today, huh? Okay. I guess we're good. We're cured. Everybody feeling good. We're all chilling. I wanted to pull this up. This is the presentation we did yesterday. Did we have any... Like, it's... Now that you've had some time for this to sink in, you know, because I'm really happy with how this presentation turned out. Were there any big takeaways for you? Is there anything that's, you know, rattling around in your brain? Anything that you're... Or is there anything that you're kind of scratching your head over? A recap? The recap for this would be, we went through it step by step, how to learn how to love something. And we did it in a kind of generalized way, but we also oriented towards like doing tasks and chores and stuff that you like need to do. And we talked about how you can develop love for doing a thing. And then we tied it into how you can use it to practice better self-love. You need to incorporate more joy into your life in order to find more joy. It's true. If you want to find more joy fruit, you got to be in there planting joy seeds. How about learning how to love change and uncertainty? And you can apply these steps to that as well. You know, we made it more like practical, but... You know, learning to appreciate change and uncertainty, that's about, you know, finding happiness in doing. You know, realizing that life can still surprise you no matter how old you are. You know, you might think you have it all figured out and then something happens, you're like, huh, I can still be surprised. That's one of those things I kind of find, you know, sometimes we find it unsettling or irritating. Sometimes we are resistant to it because we're like, nah, that can't be right. It has to be what I believe. But me personally, I find it refreshing, you know, to be like, oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. Interesting. Well, now I know. I know less now, TBH. No, you just know more. You actually know more. You know more about what you don't know. I made a solo reservation at my favorite restaurant for my birthday with my husband's money to self-love a bit. There you go. Get dessert. A big part of knowing things is knowing what you don't know. This is why people develop imposter syndrome. This is why people end up with imposter syndrome, even though they have the knowledge and the skills and they've been working on it for years. They still feel insecure about their application and understanding because they are so aware of everything that they don't know. And then on the flip side, you have the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is where people will know a little bit about a thing and then falsely assume that they know a lot of bit about the thing. So I find those two things interesting because they are the inverse of one another. Imposter syndrome and the Dunning-Kruger effect. If you haven't heard of this one before, this is a fun one to drop in conversation. The Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. This is why people who are hard stuck in bronze only blame their teammates for why they are stuck there. Can't be me. I'm great at the game. It's these teammates. They're tanking me. And then you have the opposite for high performers. They tend to underestimate their skills. And so you end up with imposter syndrome. It's almost as if our human brains just aren't really that good at accurately understanding our skill level at a certain thing. We are either overconfident or underconfident. It's kind of hard to hit that sweet spot. The perfect level of confidence. Kind of had a bit of imposter syndrome because of my job. You go above and beyond for your managers who still push and question everything you do. And that's what managers are there for. They are the worst. And you could be doing everything perfectly, but they still find things to argue and nitpick. This is why we love the tried and true response to those types of things in the workplace. I appreciate the feedback. I'll take that into consideration. And then you keep doing exactly what you're doing. You change nothing. And then your manager comes back later and they say, hey, you've been doing great. You haven't changed a damn thing. You just made them think that you were listening to them, because that's all that they're there to do. So many of these middle managers just have no purpose in being there except to just squeeze a little bit more value out of their subordinates. So what's the deal with debate pervs? Okay, so debate pervs, let's talk about them real quick. Debate perverts are people who have a very low, self-esteem in regards to many aspects of their life. You know, maybe they're not the strongest, maybe they're not the cutest, maybe, they don't have that many friends, but what they can pride themselves on is their ability to be correct about a thing, to be factually true. Actually... And so they gain a sense of self-esteem and self-efficacy by being right. Even if they aren't actually right, they will twist it into a win for themselves, because being right is the most important thing there is to them. It gives them meaning. It gives them a sense of purpose. They don't care about actual discourse. They don't care about learning. They think they're smarter than you. They're just there to prove a point so that they can feel good about themselves. They don't actually want to debate. They just want to, feel better about themselves. There's no actual interest in a meaningful discussion or debate. They are just there to give themselves a pat on the back and say, look how smart I am. I never understood the need to debate instead of discussing. Well, if you really want to get into it, a lot of these dudes were also probably bullied. A lot of these dudes were probably picked on in school because they just didn't really fit in. And so a lot of them will compensate for that by needing to feel dominant in other areas of their life. And that's why they're debate lords, is because they need to, dominate you with their intellect. Debate lords are exhausting. They're exhausting. Like, look how wrong you are, and look how right I am. Aren't you so stupid? You know, it's in many ways just a coping mechanism for their own insecurities. And it's plain as day. And then you end up showing this like resistance to learning. I don't know what is wrong with people where they think that learning something is bad. It's like, no, you have to have all of the right answers all the time, otherwise you're an idiot. It's like, no, that's not true. If you're not right about something, own that shit so that you can learn the right thing. That's how you become more correct. Like, I love finding out that I'm wrong because now I can be more correct. And if I find out that I'm wrong about something, I don't need to get defensive about it. It's not a comment on my capabilities. Maybe I was misinformed. Maybe I misremembered. You know, maybe somebody else told me the wrong thing. I don't fucking know. It doesn't mean I'm an idiot because I was wrong. I'm an idiot if I refuse to learn. And that's what a lot of those guys will do. They're not interested in learning. They're not interested in discussing. They are just there to win and to earn points so that they can feel better about themselves. So that the voice in the back of their mind that keeps telling them that they're a worthless piece of shit gets a little bit quieter for just a little while. You know, just dial that down a little bit. You can have that win. Yeah. The amount of hecklers we had during my gender studies class asking us to name all genders. Wow, I can't believe you had hecklers in a college course. That's actually wild. It's like to them all of life is on a win-loss continuum. Yeah, to them it's a zero-sum game. Either you win or you lose. There is no in-between. Like, as it turns out, if you don't have, like, an aggravating, accusatory personality, if you are just, you know, generally, like, more agreeable, more willing to listen, and you don't need to turn everything into, like, this contest of intellectual superiority, people will like you more. You'll make more friends. You'll have more fun in life. And so what really, you know, where I really feel badly for the debate lords of the world is that their behaviors are what is driving them further and further into their loneliness. Because these are also some desperately lonely people. When you need to be right all the time, not very many people want to hang out with you. So yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect. The easiest way to understand this is to just think about League of Legends. Just think about League of Legends. That you'll get it. League of Legends is just the Dunning-Kruger effect game. Oh, he's throat singing. My man's over here throat singing. I get where you see the Dunning-Kruger effect in League happens a lot. Yeah, it's very common in those competitive type games, especially the team games, because having the team there allows you to diffuse that responsibility off of yourself onto your teammates. It's like maybe you were feeding in top lane, but it's because you're like, hey, the jungler's camping me. It's like there's nothing I can do about it. It's like, you know, maybe, you know, work on your communication, work on, you know, not overextending, like work on your own performance. You can't control your team, but you can try to communicate better with your team. If you're just spamming pings and cussing people out, they're not really going to want to help you. They're not really going to want to show up to your lane. You're just blaming everybody else. It's like, brother, you were 5 and 10. Like you were not doing well. It's like, well, you know. What did that seal say, by the way? You don't want to know, actually. Hello, hope you are well. Oh, I'm hanging in there. I'm vibing today. I'm good. I was very low yesterday, and you suggested I try transcendental meditation. I watched a few videos about it last night, then I did a guided TM video after that. I found it interesting and different from my usual practice of focusing on my breath and trying to evaporate my thoughts. See, okay, I'm excited that you tried it. Thank you for trying it. I'm excited to hear that you did that. What you are discovering is that there are different styles and there are different practices that you can do in meditation. You can do one that really pulls you in, you know, it really grounds you in your body. You're focusing on your breath, you're just allowing yourself to exist, you know, just free flowing in the moment. And then there are other forms of meditation where it's like, let's try to expand my consciousness. Let's focus on, you know, sending it upwards and outwards, and let's just see how far that can go. Do I pull it in? Or do I send it out? Once you start to like get meditation, it's so much fun. You know, once you actually start to get, you're like, oh, okay, now I see why people are saying to do it all the time. Now I see why, you know, like once it starts to click, it's like, oh yeah, this is awesome. I'm going to try that actually as a tool of visualizing myself cleaning up the other room that I'm not in right now as a plan. Think one step beyond that. Think about future you thanking past you for doing the cleaning that was done. Think beyond the action and look to the point where you're looking back at it. I want to do it more and get better and hope to go deeper into my consciousness. Do you have any suggested guided videos or tips on resources to read for beginners? Honestly, there is so much information and there are so many different videos out there, it's hard for me to just suggest one. What I would recommend is just find one that clicks with you. Like, you're gonna have different guided meditations, and it's like, maybe I don't really like the narrator. Maybe I just don't really, their voice is distracting, you know? Or maybe it's like, I don't really care for these tones. I don't really care for this background music. So just find one that's peaceful for you. Find one that you can really just allow yourself to get into. The freer you are from distraction, the further you can go with meditation. So just find a guided meditation that is as free of distraction as it can be. And that's why there's so many different ones out there, is because you got different tastes. You know, different people like different things when it comes to those types of meditations. When do I get it, though? I mean, meditating helps me with falling asleep, but that can't be right. No, meditating to help you fall asleep is a great way to use meditation. I think another important aspect of it is taking time out of your day to just do it and to like recognize that this is me setting aside time for myself to do absolutely nothing. I'm just going to exist for 20 minutes. You know, if you're looking for an intention for the meditation, then set that intention. What is it that you are looking for from this meditation? Are you looking for clarity? Are you looking for insight? Are you looking for peace? Balance? Set that intention and then do the meditation. Take 10, 20 minutes and just see what happens. Like, you can find meditation, like, pretty much every meditation you do is going to be relaxing, because to be in a meditative state is naturally a very relaxing place to be. But you can also meditate for energy. You know, you can meditate for rejuvenation. You can meditate for, you know, figuring out what that next step should be in, you know, getting to where you're trying to go. I try to do mine in bed before I get up. I haven't been doing it too long, but I like it, you know? That's another great way to do it. If you wake up, you know, and you have a little bit of time before you have to get out of bed, you know, you got 10, 20 minutes before you actually need to be up and moving, just set a little timer for yourself and just lay there and just meditate. Just like lay flat on your back. Lay down in a pose that you wouldn't normally fall asleep in. You know, like sometimes when I lay there and I meditate, sometimes I just do like this. I'll just lay there like this. Or I'll like put my hands like this. You know, I'll get into a pose that I wouldn't normally associate with sleep, and so it helps to keep you from just falling back asleep. But what you'll notice is that if you take 10, 20 minutes to meditate before you get up, it'll be much more restful than if you had slept for that amount of time. So instead of hitting the snooze button, what I would encourage you to do is, if you want to feel more wakeful in the morning, take a few minutes to meditate before you get out of bed. that soul get back into your body. Thank you, by the way, for the suggestion. It was different and exciting to try something new. It made me feel maybe 10% better, which I'm so grateful for. I love this stream and this community. Well, thank you. It's very kind of you to say. I would say just keep giving it a try. You know, you've already gotten something out of it and you're just getting started. So just imagine, you know, the next time and like you only get better at it, you know? You only get better at it. What you're describing, Cutie, is what you may refer to as a tantra. When you start thinking about like advanced meditations and you start thinking about applying specific techniques of meditation, that's when things might become more tantric. Tantra just means technique. It's just a technique that you use in the meditation. It's one that, you know, people have been doing for a long time and they find it to be significant. You know, whether or not it is significant to you, that is to be determined. I thought that was something sexual. I mean, the word just means technique, and you can apply it to that context as well. So you're not wrong, but it can be applied to anything that you can practice. It, like, tantra just means technique. That's all it means. There are many different things in life that you can apply technique to. Then you get stuff like this. This is Kundalini Yoga. Kundalini Yoga is kind of the combination between meditation and yoga. It's all about waking up the Kundalini energy. And you wake it up through that practice. In Western scientific terms, we would look at this as activating your parasympathetic nervous system. We would look at this as, you know, establishing more of a connection with your autonomic nervous system. So, I mean, you can take these practices of like yoga and meditation and you can like activate different parts of your awareness that aren't normally active and aware just like as a default. I like this drawing. See, this is how they draw it. The Kundalini is dormant in your hips, down there at the base of your spine. And by unblocking that energy, you are able to achieve a better energy flow in your body. Now, I know this might sound very woo-woo because it kind of does. But if you think about it in like a Western scientific perspective of like accessing different parts of your nervous system is a flow of energy. Your nervous system is basically just electrical conduit wire. And you can, access different parts of it through technique and practice. And that's what this is. It's also no joke. There have been accounts of people attempting to learn Kundalini yoga on their own, and they, in some cases, end up showing like symptoms of psychosis. They call it the most potent form of yoga. Practice at your own risk. We would refer to that as a Kundalini event. Because when you're activating a higher level of awareness in your body, it might get stuck in some places. You might start to develop a tic. You might start to develop a sort of obsessive fixation on how a certain part of your body feels. It might feel like a tickle or like there's a pressure or something, but it's because you're activating parts of your nervous system that you're not normally consciously aware of. It might sound a little out there, but it is well documented. Like, there are different aspects of your nervous system. You've got the somatic nervous system, which is the part that you use to move. And then you have the autonomic nervous system, which is the automatic part of your nervous system. You don't normally control it. And so what these practices do is they help to bridge that gap between the somatic and the autonomic. Miss Kays, thank you for the Prime sub. Hence, somatic exercises could make you cry. Oh, yeah. There is you got to remember that the mind and body are one. And that connection between mind and body is really important to remember. You can process emotions through physical movement or through, breath work or holding a certain pose or even making a certain sound. It's interesting stuff. It's interesting stuff when you start to get into it. Like I don't necessarily buy into all of the things that anyone tries to teach, but I try to learn what I can from all of these different perspectives. East, west, everything in between, so that I can make sense of what's going on right now. You know what I mean? Like here I am piloting this meat suit. What can I do to become a better pilot? Especially, you know what? I find this to be especially interesting when you think about, like, let's talk about sound for a moment here. Let's talk about sound for a moment. There is power in sound in different wavelengths and different frequencies and different tones and pitches. There are sounds that you make almost as a reflex. They're basically, you don't even have to think about making them. You step into a hot tub and you go, ah. Or you drink a cool drink on a hot day and you go, ah. Or you take a bite of a tasty cupcake and you go, mmm. There are different sounds that we make as a reflex to a emotional state. Now, what happens if we make that sound consciously? What would it do? How would it make you feel if you made that sound consciously? That sound of relief, that sound of relaxation, that sound of appreciation or enjoyment. What would that do to your emotions if you were to just produce that sound and just hold that tone for a moment? How do you think that would make you feel? What you'll notice is that while the emotion can produce the sound, eating the cupcake can make you go, mmm. Making the sound can also produce the emotion. It can also work in the other direction. Just like how a fake smile can become a real smile because your body can't tell the difference, fake laughter can become real laughter because your body can't tell the difference. We're taking advantage of that effect to have a more direct input on how we feel. If you want to try, you want to try this along at home or at work or wherever you're at, just give me your most relaxed sigh. A nice do a few of them. See just how relaxed you can get. What you'll notice is that when you first do it, it might feel a little bit fake. It might feel a little bit forced. It might just kind of come out a little weird. Try it again. How relaxed can you sound? While you're at it, give me one of these. It may take about 20 seconds or so, but we're taking advantage of the fact that the brain is highly suggestible. If we want to experience more positive emotions, practice suggesting them to yourself. Smile at yourself when you see yourself in the mirror. Or if you notice that you're scowling, try to relax it a little bit. If you notice you're furrowing your brow, try to relax it a little bit. Just try to... Because things like anger, frustration, these things very rarely only live in the mind. They also inhabit the body. The furrow of a brow, the tapping of a foot, the clenching of a fist. Where is your tension hiding right now? I love teaching people how to relax. It's one of the things I really like to teach people how to do, because you might assume that relaxation is easy. Relaxation is just the opposite of doing things, when no, that's not true. Relaxation is a skill. I've met plenty of people who were terrible at relaxing. Even when they had nothing to do, nowhere to be, they were still wound up. Relaxation is a skill. It's also something that you kind of have to surrender to. You know, if you're on guard, it makes it very hard to relax. And so, in order to relax more deeply, you gotta let that armor off. You gotta set that sword down. And more importantly, you gotta go, ah. Just massage your forehead and your temples. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much tension you can hold in places like that you're not even aware that you're holding it there, because you're so accustomed to holding it there that it just feels normal. It's not until you actually realize, oh yeah, this actually is really tight, this is really tense. We're really good at just dealing with tension. We're really good at just carrying it around and forgetting that it's there until it starts to bother us, and then it becomes a problem. But we're really good at just holding on to it. You know, the tightness in your brow or in your shoulder or your jaw. Now try one of these. Give me a big wide yawn, but then when you got your mouth open, try to relax your jaw muscles while your mouth is open. What you'll notice is that the muscles that push your mouth open, because you've got two sets of muscles in your jaw, right? There's a set of muscles that opens your jaw, and there's another set of muscles that pushes your jaw shut. And so when you open your mouth, you're still tensing a muscle because you're pushing your mouth open. What I want you to try to do is to open your mouth like a big yawn, and then relax those muscles that are pushing your jaw open and just to let your jaw hang. It might surprise you just how much tension you might be holding in there. And this is the kind of stuff that you can do to help those tight muscles relax a little bit. Are you asking us to mew? This is the opposite of a mew, actually. This is the anti-mew. My mom's always telling me to relax my brow. It might not be so easy to just do it. Sometimes you have to like put your finger up there and just kind of like, you know, like feel it a little bit. You know, relaxing your brow or your jaw might not be as easy as like relaxing your hands. You know, we're pretty good at just like, all right, let go. Like, don't, like, stop clenching. Okay. Easy enough. I have to press in the back of my jaw under the ears. Now you're talking. If you have tight jaw muscles, take your fingers and just kind of... Feels good, man. It's the weekend. We're getting rid of all that tension. I can't do that without stabbing myself with my nails. You might be able to do it with your knuckles. Yeah, you can do it like this. You might be surprised just how much better you can feel emotionally by getting rid of some of that tension that you might be walking around with. You know, you might have a little bit of tension up in your brow or in your jaw or in your, your neck or something. It's like, I can't bend my hands like that without stabbing my hand with my nails. Uh-oh. Alright, so then take a water bottle. You want to feel more confident? Work on your posture. I swear that feeling more confident is 70-80% posture. You know, if you're walking through life like this, it's not. We don't have much really to feel too confident about. You know, we're a little clammed up. We're a little cloistered. You know, hold your head up high. Put your shoulders back. All right, are we all sitting? Are we all sitting? Let's do a one of my favorite seated stretches. Find your butt on your chair, you know, balance on that butt. Feel nice and centered, nice and grounded. Take your hands. Find the top of your head like this. You want a straight line between butt and head, and then you want to take your hands and you just want to push up. And if you want to get a little bit more out of it, you can kind of do a little. Is that supposed to pop a lot of bones? Oh, it can. I popped my elbow just now doing it. If you have a lot of tightness in your shoulders, we're just gonna go through some of these. You know, I feel like let's go through some of these. You feeling tight in your shoulders? Is that supposed to give cramps? You might be a little tight somewhere. You might be a little, you know. I wouldn't say it's supposed to give cramps. You have a ton of neck and TMJ problems. Well, I've got some solutions. So if you want some tips You know, you can do some stretches, some relaxation exercises. You can get a lot, you know, a higher, you know, level of comfort just on the day to day. All right, before we do the shoulders, let's talk about the neck real quick. Let's talk about the neck real quick. A great place to get started if you're dealing with neck tightness is to just use the weight of your head to your advantage. We're going to stretch our necks, but just using the weight of our head to do so. So take your head and just, you know, lean to one side. And then when you do that, just try to relax your head. You know, you're not pushing, you're not pulling, your head's just kind of sitting there. And then make a big, slow circle with your head. And if you just make that big circle, what you'll notice is you'll notice all those little tight spots in your neck. Oh yeah, I should drink some water. It's a good idea. Neck is so loud. If you keep doing these types of exercises, you know, just like gently rotating your head, just using the weight of your head to kind of get a little bit of a stretch, what you'll notice is that those little muscles will get stronger and they'll get better at holding up your head. And you might not have so much tightness, you might not have that tension in your neck. Now let's talk about shoulders. Give this one a try. I'm doing this one sitting down. You can do this one standing up too. Sometimes when I stretch my shoulders, I like to do it standing up because I like to do like windmills and stuff with my arms, and you can't really do that sitting down properly. But this first one's easy. Just take your shoulders and shrug them. Just give me the biggest, most exaggerated shrug you can. Just push your shoulders up. And then let them go. Push them up and let them drop. You can roll them around in circles. We need a yoga stream. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. Once that sub bar gets filled back up, we got yoga. Once we get that sub bar back up, I'll show you all my stretches. All this talk about meditation has me excited to go meditate. That's the thing about meditation that I wish more people knew, is that once you practice it for a little while, it makes you feel really good. Like better than you even really understood or that you even thought. Because like in the beginning it's like, okay, that feels kind of nice. I feel a little bit clearer. I feel a little bit less cluttered. I feel, maybe I even feel a little bit good. You know, I feel a little bit happy. I feel a little bit uplifted or energized. But honestly, once you put a little bit of practice in, and this doesn't take long, you can get here in a couple of weeks, a couple of months. You know, you don't have to do it for years, but you can get to a point where now if I have to stand in line somewhere, I'm no longer bothered. I'm like, oh, okay, I can meditate. You know, I can meditate while I'm just standing here waiting. Once you practice meditation a bit, you'll realize that it can actually make you feel really good. Carrying a lot of tension. Feels good to let it go. The thing about tension is that our bodies are really good at hiding it. And so one of the things that a lot of people will do in these exercises of like meditation or body scanning or, you know, progressive muscle relaxation is they will try to find that tension. You know, and normally we try to avoid tension. We try to forget about it. We try to, you know, just stay quiet and hope it goes away. But when it comes to our physical body, dealing with that tension requires attention. You have to pay attention to your tension. Anonymous with 5 gifted subs? Oh? Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, we're vibing today, aren't we? It's a vibey day, I feel. One of the things that I'm hopeful for is hopefulness. You know, I've seen a lot of people find a lot of healing here in this place. And, you know, sometimes I've noticed people just, you know, being too hard on themselves. You know, returning to those old habits of, you know, blaming themselves, beating themselves up, putting themselves down. And so I would hope that as we continue to move forward on this healing journey, that we're able to let some of that stuff go. You know, we don't have to beat ourselves into the person we're trying to be. We are sculptors. We don't need to pound the clay. We don't need to, you know, beat it up. We can sculpt it gradually, gently, compassionately. I want to let things go, and I think I am slowly doing it. Well, you are. You are slowly doing it. And that's how it's to be done, you know, because when it comes to stuff that we've held on to, especially stuff that we've held on to for a long time, you know, maybe this is stuff that has been hanging around since childhood. We get used to holding it. It's like wearing a heavy bag over your shoulder. Eventually you just forget that it's there and you don't remember that there's a bag there, you just feel the weight. You gotta remember that when it comes to letting things go, one of the hurdles of letting things go is that feeling of, well, I've held on to it for so long, I must need to hold on to it. I've been carrying this for years. Maybe I need to carry it the whole entire way. No. No, you don't need to. Anything that you don't need, you can let go of. And I feel like another reason why we sometimes have a hard time healing is because, you know, it's hard to let go of stuff, and then we personalize that. We feel like there must be something wrong with me. I can't let go of these things. I want to let go of them. I don't know how. You know, we start putting ourselves down and we, you know, we feel like because it has taken me so long to let go of these things, it must be impossible. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. Oh, and believe me, once you start letting go of some of those things that you've been carrying around, you will realize just how strong you actually are. Because carrying all of that stuff around, guess what? It was a workout. And once you take some of that load off, oh, now we're cruising. Sometimes it's hard for me to let go because I want justice or revenge, and I have not even begun to address that. You know, and I feel like that's not unexpected. That's not unusual to feel that way, especially if you've been victimized. But I believe that what you're ultimately searching for is peace. Justice and revenge, can that help us to find peace? Maybe. In many cases, it just makes things worse. In many cases, it just draws things out and makes them, even more damaging to us. But I don't think that we need justice in order to find peace. When it comes to justice, I like to believe in karma. I like to believe that the universe will sort things out. If there are people out there who have done me dirty, I'll leave it up to the universe to square that away. Holding on to that anger, it's eating away at you. You're keeping that fire lit. The best revenge is a life well lived. I wish that worked on oligarchs and war criminals. Unfortunately, it doesn't, so we're gonna have to do things the old-fashioned way there. You hate to see it. We tried to walk the path of peace. We tried to allow them the opportunity to do the right thing with the power that they had. They squandered that opportunity, and now there are consequences for those actions. I feel like what most people end up finding in getting revenge is that it doesn't give them the satisfaction that they're hoping for. Maybe it gives you some closure, maybe it gives you a little bit of like a conclusion to that thing that you're looking for, but it doesn't give you peace. It's just like, all right, well, where do I go from here? Hatred / the desire for revenge can be an amazing motivator. I want to tweak that just a little bit. Instead of hatred and the desire for revenge, let's look at it as spite. Spite is a motivator that I'm okay with you using if you're left with nothing else. If you're left with nothing else, if you're at the end of your rope and you feel like there's nothing getting me going, I've got nothing on my side, I've got nothing to look forward to, then keep going in spite of everybody who doubted you. Keep going in spite of all of those negative feelings. Keep going so that you can prove them wrong. If you're left with nothing else, I'm okay with you using spite as a motivator. It can be good at helping to get you out of that hole. Karlach in Baldur's Gate has an amazing monologue about revenge if Gortash is killed. History has proven to us time and time again that revenge just isn't really that satisfying thing that we hope it'll be. And if anything, we kind of might end up dealing with more regret and resentment for dedicating so much of our time and our energy and our life towards the pursuit of that revenge. One day I'll play Baldur's Gate 3 through. Oh, it's very good. It's a very good game. I'm really excited for the mod potential because, there's potential for entirely like custom campaigns. There's also there's the potential there to like host a Dungeons and Dragons night with your friends where like one is the DM and the other ones are players, but you can do it entirely within the Baldur's Gate 3 engine, and that just sounds so sick. Tarot reading when? Well, I drew a random card and I got the death card. Change is here. The death of something old heralds the birth of something new. It's the end of a cycle. Is that good? Death is an integral part of the cycle. It is what allows for rebirth, you know? It's the end of one cycle and moving into a new cycle. So it can definitely be good. I went to a website and drew a random card and it gave me death. Can we draw another one? Let's draw another one. The Page of Swords. A thirst for knowledge. Consider taking on new training or studies. Be curious, inquisitive, and strive to learn new things. Avoid falling into gossip as you seek new information. There is also a need to accept difficult truths. Page of Swords reminds us the immense power held within the desire to expand our minds and embrace the wonders that await us on the path of enlightenment. All right, one more. I'm going to do a 3-card pull. We're going to do one more. And we got the 4 of Wands. You find satisfaction with your efforts and in your relationships. It's time to enjoy your success and celebrate with others. It's a time of productive collaboration and connecting with others, happiness and harmony and community. ChatGPT will give you a tarot reading. Oh, I believe it. Oh, I believe it. You made a weed bag out of the puke bag that you took from the hospital. Now that's ingenuity. Now that's ingenuity. I know that it looks really ratchet. I know, but it's actually pretty cool. We got this volcano thing, right? Somebody sent us this volcano device, and one of the things that it does is it comes with a bag attachment, and you can have it fill the bag with weed vapor, and then you can just slurp it right out of the bag. Somebody sent us one. It was Uh-Oh Cannon. And they sent us the Volcano Hybrid. They were like, "Oh, we got a new one. I'll send you our old one." And it's like barely been touched. This thing looks brand new. They sent it with all the equipment and everything. It's the Volcano Hybrid. This thing is $700. It's a fancy piece of equipment. It's top of the line. What it does is it vaporizes the weed, and then you're left over with decarboxylated weed, which you can use for edibles. So the stuff that you use in it to get high can then be reused to either smoke it or turn it into edibles. Is the vapor room temperature? Oh yeah, it's not hot. It's very smooth. It's very smooth. Chairs. Yeah, it's basically a weed air fryer is what it is. You can also really taste the flavor. It's very smooth. I wonder if Teresa's uploaded today. Teresa uploaded 3 vape reviews yesterday. I'm like, Teresa, how are you getting all these vapes? Teresa is out here reviewing like 6 vapes a day. I'm like, girl, those things are like $30 a piece. She hasn't uploaded yet today. But yeah, she did. Oh, she did 4 videos yesterday.
Howdy, I'm doing a review on the Geek Bob Pause, and the flavor is Sour Gush. It's nice and smooth. It's a really good flavor. I really like this flavor a lot. It's nice and soured.
Okay, anybody who's actually vaped, you would know that if you do that, your coil gets like dried out and it makes it taste like shit because every time you take a hit, it like there's like a cotton wick and it absorbs the juice, and then there's a coil that heats up the cotton, but if the cotton gets too dry, it burns, and then your vape tastes like burnt cotton for the entirety of the rest of the use. So I'm like, damn, she's really ripping it. Does the Geek Bar get you high? No, it's actually just a nicotine vape.
It's nice and sour and it's nice and sweet. Let me see if I can taste the gummy. I definitely taste the gummy. And I really like it a lot.
Whenever I feel like vaping, I watch her videos, and it makes me not want to vape anymore.
This flavor is Crazy Melon. Okay, cheers again. Nice and smooth. It's a really good flavor. It's nice and sweet. It's nice and soured. Let me see if I can taste the melon. I definitely taste the melon. And I really like this flavor a lot. Thank you for watching. Peace.
I don't know if there's a flavor that she doesn't like. See, because Teresa, she posts vape reviews, and she posts a lot of vape reviews. I don't know if there's a vape review that she didn't like the vape. It's always just like, it's nice and smooth. It's nice and sweet. I really like this flavor. Let's see if I can taste the melon. I can taste the melon. Every vape review that I've seen of her, it's the exact same.
Howdy everybody, how I'm doing today? I'm doing okay. What did I do today? Well, today I got up 11:30 in the morning, had a cup of coffee, had a cigarette, and then we went out to lunch. What did I had for lunch? I had coleslaw, I had Pepsi.
Carlos.
Because I gotta have my Pepsi.
Carlos Poros with the 10 gifted subs. Hey! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you.
And my mother had a tuna fish sandwich. It was so good, it was so delicious. And then we were going to go to the Dollar Tree, but then it started raining, so we changed our mind, so we just went home. But tomorrow I'm going out. And I hope it doesn't storm tonight, because I don't want to lose any power. Thank you for watching. Peace.
Peace. We love Teresa. She's a queen. She kind of reminds me of my grandma. God, I'm glad that vapes didn't exist when my grandma was still alive, because I bet she would have been doing the same thing. She would have been filming vape reviews in her bed. You'll be attending with your streams, brother. I'm not really active, but still want to support. Well, thank you, Carlos. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for the support. It's always nice to hear that we're doing good stuff. I'm currently considering buying the Volcano. Can you tell me how it works? I only smoke joints normally. Oh, okay. You're looking to buy a Volcano, eh? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. All right, let's find... So, it's a vaporizer.
Hello, my name is Alyssa. I'm a pharmacy agent at Wholesome Co Cannabis.
Okay, you need to get your microphone fixed because I'm hearing you in one ear. This is the one we have. We have the hybrid. The hybrid comes with the bag thing. How it works is that it heats up to around between like 375 and like 400 degrees. It heats it up. It heats the weed up to the temperature where the THC will vaporize. And so whenever you hit it, you're just getting that. You're not actually combusting the weed. The weed will combust at around like 415 degrees Fahrenheit. So it heats it up to just the right temperature where you're just getting that vapor, you know? You're not getting a whole bunch of, extra stuff. So it's really smooth. There are different attachments for the top where you can just put on a little tube and you can just hit it straight off the thing, or you can fill a bag with it.
We have been talking about the vaporizer. And so she's bringing the vaporizer. That's kind of her specialty. So she is going to assist you in your medication today.
So in this video, they're using it for like a medical marijuana patient. And you see they're heating it up to about 370. You put the little bag on top, it fills the bag up with vapor. But the plant itself doesn't burn. And so next thing you know, you got a bag of weed. And it's got like a little valve in it. It's got a little valve in it so it'll hold it in so you can just like take a hit and pass it. It's pretty fun. What's the stoner hack? There's plenty of different stoner hacks. Can I use a candle warmer? A candle warmer. Depends on what we're trying to do. The thing about the Volcano is when you vaporize weed, you want it to be in like a pressurized chamber. If you're just gonna heat it up on like something else, it's just gonna fly out into the air and just be gone. So yeah, this thing's been around for a long time. I kind of want to go fill up a bag right now, if I'm being honest. Not live PD catching people with a... Oh my god. Oh my god, not somebody getting arrested. Oh my god, are you kidding? Somebody getting arrested for having... Oh my god, I'd be so pissed. That thing's $700. Oh my god. This person was just out trying to have a great time. This is in Utah. Oh man, Utah sucks. Can you imagine driving around with your $700 weed vaporizer and all these Ziploc bags full of hash, and you're just like, oh no, the fucking cops are here. They're like, what's this thing? Oh my god, that sucks. It's kind of expensive, so I'm kind of upset. Yeah, that thing costs hundreds of dollars. And the police are just gonna take it. That shit pisses me off. That's quite a bit of drugs to just have out in the front seat. Yeah, if you are gonna be driving around with that amount of drugs in your front seat, you better be driving the speed limit. You better be using those turn signals. You don't even want to have a tail light out. You better have your car registered. So anyway, that little thing that this guy's holding in this thumbnail, that's the little chamber. You put the weed in there and then you like screw it shut so it forms this little like this little chamber, and then it heats up inside of there. Personally, I think it's great. I think it's awesome. They also make smaller vaporizers. The Volcano is like a centerpiece. It's like... It's like you put it out on your counter, you plug that thing into the outlet. Like, it's a big deal. But they make smaller ones. You know, if you're looking for like a vaporizer, you might not need the whole ass like desktop thing. You could get like, there's portable ones. There's little smaller ones. How much does a portable vaporizer run you? They make some small ones these days. $60 and up, probably. They make some little small ones. Some of these might not work all that well. They're probably, you know, you get what you pay for. If you want something nice, I would say this one right here, this Storz and Bickel. That's the same brand that makes the Volcano, and their portable vaporizer costs $279. But you know it's probably gonna be a good one because this Storz and Bickel brand is really the top of the line. Also, it's German. You can trust those German engineers. I used to have the Snoop Dogg G-Pen. It was terrible. Yeah, I was looking. There was one of these on that website. I was like, I swear we've had one like this before. Like, they make really cheap ones like this thing. Like, don't get something like this. Like, these fucking suck. Like, this is terrible. Like, don't get one of these. I feel like when you get something like this, if you're gonna get something that's like really cheap, it's definitely not gonna last forever. It's gonna just be, you know. But yeah, they make all sorts of these little portable ones. Like, you don't need the whole desktop setup. The desktop setup is fun because it's got an air pump in it and you can fill the bags, and that's pretty cool. But if you're looking to like switch to a vaporizer, then yeah, they do smaller ones too. Found a Volcano on eBay, new for $300. Ooh, you know. Honestly, they're pretty sturdy hardware too, so even getting one secondhand probably isn't a bad deal. Like, these things run for $700 new. They also have a classic one that's $500. A little cheaper. We have the hybrid. We have one it's a little fancy. And Canon sent it to us, actually. Canon sent it. They're like, yeah, we got a new one. We don't use this old one anymore, so you can have it. I'm like, that is so fucking sick. But yeah, if you're only smoking joints, it's definitely going to be a bit rougher because not only are you combusting the weed, you're also combusting the paper. So, you're breathing in a lot of that carbon. It's going to make you cough more. It's going to, get caught in your mucus linings and you're going to, be. I wish they'd legalize THC in Spain. It's probably only a matter of time. I live in Missouri in the United States, and I never for the life of me thought that I would live to see legal weed in Missouri, but here we are. There's some cheaper brands of vaporizers. And I would just say if you're going to buy something like a weed vaporizer, like do your research and just remember that trying to save some money, might get you something that might just break after a couple months and then you're out that money, but I wish Illinois would lower some prices. Illinois really got fucked over, just being honest. Illinois really screwed themselves over with their weed laws because the way that they price it and tax it is based on the percentage of THC in whatever you're buying. So if you're going to get a gram of concentrate, or maybe you want to get a vape cartridge, and it's got 70 to 80% THC or more, you're going to be paying a really high tax rate. And so you might be paying $70 for a gram. And just comparatively, in other places where it's cheaper, you could get that gram for half that price, or even cheaper. Yeah, it sucks to buy weed in Illinois. It's not so bad in Missouri. There's taxes everywhere that you go to buy it, but as far as the price goes, Missouri's not that bad. There's definitely cheaper places to get it, but as far as, all of the places I've been to that have legal weed, Missouri is not that bad. All this talk about the volcano makes me want to go use the volcano. What are we doing? I want to go fill a bag full of weed. I want to slurp on it like some sort of stoner clown. Those vapes are hella strong. I don't recommend. I consider that to be illegal. Those vapes are incredibly strong. Some people will smoke levels of THC that just will absolutely obliterate you. I quit wax because it's... Oh, yeah. Dabs. And this is something I'm not going to hate on the dabbers out there, but if you're doing dabs, if you're smoking that weed concentrate, if you have a dab rig and you're firing it up with a blowtorch, it's it's rough. That's rough. And I've seen a lot of people just get really into it. And what ends up happening is, you end up smoking way too much and your tolerance just gets way, way high. I've seen people just do dab after dab after dab, and it's like it's not enough. It's because you gotta take a break. Like, if you smoke and then you're high and then you're like, let's smoke more, it's like, it doesn't necessarily get you more high. It doesn't really work that way. I quit weed for my mental wellness. No weed-induced psychosis for me, please. Oh yeah, weed psychosis is a real thing. Weed is a psychoactive substance, right? Like THC, it's a psychoactive substance. In high enough dosages, it can cause you to hallucinate. It can cause you to have delusional thinking. It's basically a psychedelic at that point. And then you have people like me who like to use that opportunity to understand psychosis better. Like, all right, give me a little bit of weed psychosis. That'll let me understand psychosis better, so I can be of more assistance to people with psychosis. Like, oh yeah, I get it. I've been there. Right now, all I can say is that it makes me lazy, and that's what it's all about. The best time to smoke weed is those times where you got nowhere to be, you're in no rush, you're just trying to chill. That's the best time to do it. Guilt-free. Are you accepting submissions? Sure. Yeah, I'll stay open for a little bit. We'll stay open for a little while. We've just been kind of vibing today, just hanging out, just chatting. It's been nice. We've just been talking about smoking weed, and it makes me want to go smoke weed. Would you believe it? That's how that shit works. Was the pot pie? Oh, it was good. It came out a little, it was a little wet when we cut into it, because you kind of have to let it cool for a while if you want it to not be so runny. But we were hungry, so we cut into it when it was really hot, so the inside was basically just like chicken pot pie soup, but it tasted good. The flavors were there. I mean, we were hungry. There wasn't going to be any waiting. We were already like, we're just going to dig right in. But I don't mind it. I don't mind it personally. I don't mind it being a little wet. Life is pretty chill already. I work at home, so it's hard for me to know when it's a good time to smoke. You know, when you work at home, it can be a challenge to really have that shift in gears, you know? When you work at home, it's like, it might be hard to transition from like work mode or home mode, you know? The lines kind of become blurred. Shepherd's pie. Oh, shepherd's pie. I love a good shepherd's pie. Last time we made it with a mix of lamb and beef because they had ground lamb at Aldi. I like it with all the vegetables, honestly. I like the celery, the carrots, the peas, maybe even some corn in there. You know, I like to just like throw all it in there. It's all good. We fuck with wake and bake? Not every day. I've found that if I do that on a day where I've got to get a lot of stuff done, I'm not getting a lot of stuff done. But if it's just like a chill day around the house and I don't have a lot of stuff to do, oh yeah, sure. Absolutely. See you later. I just want to find a vape review that Teresa doesn't like. I want to find a vape that Teresa doesn't like. I've seen her smoke 50 vapes and she's loved every single one of them. I want to see her smoke a vape and like, this is disgusting. This is terrible. Have you ever made Berea? Oh. Not a proper one. I mean, I've made stewed beef before, right? Like, I've made stewed beef before. Berea is just, it's a braised beef. You know, you slow cook it in a liquid, like a sauce. And then with, like, Mexican Berea, you know, it's got the spices and I'm not sure what all goes into a Berea sauce. Some roasted chilies. And lately, one of the fads in cooking is Berea tacos. You probably see these all over the place. It's like queso Berea tacos. Very trendy these days. You don't have a Dutch oven? Do you have a crock pot? Even if you don't have a crock pot, you could probably make it just in a regular pot on the stove. Like, having a Dutch oven is nice, don't get me wrong, but it's also not necessary. Looks good. Any vegan versions? That's a good question. Probably make it with like jackfruit or something. Let's see how the vegans do it. How do vegans make Berea? They use mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, instead of the meat. You use all the same stuff because it's, you know, it's just chilies and yeah, do it with some mushrooms. Pretty much all the other stuff is the same. You're just swapping out the protein for, Oh yeah, see, this one uses jackfruit, see? You can do jackfruit, you can do mushrooms. You could get one of those vegan fake meat things. Some of those big, beefy mushrooms are great meat replacements. Sugar Biscuit actually had some the other day. I'm gonna show what you posted in the food channel, actually. You had these giant mushrooms, and you cooked them like scallops. Mushrooms are pretty awesome. Or those were king oyster mushrooms? Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna try making it with pork shoulder. It's so much cheaper than beef. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh my god. You could totally do it with pork. You could totally do burrito with pork. You could even toss some beef bouillon in there to like beefify it a little bit if you want a little bit of that beefy flavor. Yeah, doing it with pork is definitely gonna save you some money because a beef chuck roast will cost you $8 a pound, whereas a pork shoulder will cost you $2.50 a pound. The price of beef and steak has become so high. Can I be mod yet? I used to mod for PepDPI and XQC. Why used to? Did you get fired? Were you laid off? Do you have a reference? Can I see a resume? Chuck roast pies is crazy. I know. Chuck roast used to be so cheap, and then you could make pot roast and it was affordable, but now chuck roast is like $8 a pound. It's ridiculous. Just laid off right now. Yeah, I hate to see it. Hate to see it. Are you a grandma? You know, we've got more than one weed smoking grandma in the community, so you love to see it. Flank steak has become premium cut too, apparently. Oh my god, you can't even get it like a top round for less than $6.50 a pound. Like even the terrible cuts of steak are still, you know, 4 times the price of chicken. God, even the, like, what really was upsetting is when the cheaper cuts of beef became popular. Like short rib and oxtail and, you know, like all of those cuts that you used to be able to get affordably and for cheap. But they became popular. They're like, oh yeah, we realized just how good a slow cooked cut of beef is. Time to become vegan, I guess. You know, I think over the span of my life, I'm definitely going to try to taper back on my meat consumption, but I'm honestly not really in that big of a hurry. I'm okay with eating meat as long as it's a bit more sustainable. You know, meat is murder, and if that makes me a murderer, then I can live with that. I can live with that. If God didn't want me to eat cows, then why were they so tasty? You know, honestly, when they're able to grow meat in a laboratory and it's able to taste like the real thing, I'll switch over. I don't give a shit. I'll eat 3D printed meat. I don't fucking care. Nothing has to die to give me a steak. I can live with that. I I would eat a 3D printed steak. Everyone became a foodie, and those cuts like flank steak became trendy, and they started. Oh yeah, oh my god, we got skirt steak the other day, and skirt steak even used to be cheap, but now skirt steak's like premium cut price. Like, oh my god, I wouldn't eat dead animals, you know, and I support your choice in that. I support it. I'm not a hater. All right, I'm not. I just want, yeah, I want a replicator. I want a machine that I can talk to. It's in my wall, and I say, "Computer, make me a hot fudge sundae," and then it converts energy into matter, and it makes a hot fudge sundae out of pure energy. And now I've got food. I want a Star Trek replicator. That's what I want. I want Berea, but I don't want to send my husband to get it. Maybe it's a co-op adventure. Maybe it's a co-op adventure. I think I'll order Indian food tonight. Indian food. I love Indian food. I love Indian food. But when it comes to Indian food, I gotta admit I am a little bit of a basic bitch. Like, give me that butter chicken, baby. Give me that butter chicken and that garlic naan. Whenever I get Indian food, it's hard for me to want to like go outside of the box because like the staples are just so good, you know? That butter chicken, that garlic naan, it's like, oh my god, it's perfect. I've tried other stuff, it's like, oh, it's pretty good. You know, the tandoori chicken, that's good. The palak paneer, that's pretty good. The korma, that's pretty good. But I always end up back at that butter chicken. don't really need the chicken in it. That's the beauty of Indian cooking, is that you can make any of those recipes without needing the meat. India has the highest percentage, or one of the highest percentages. It's near the top. It's like number 1 or number 2 of vegetarians in the entire world. But honestly, me personally, I just love eating chicken. I love eating eggs. I love eating chicken. Not that gulag jamun.
Today we're trying Indian food. We got the buttered chicken, the garlic naan, the onion bhajia, the gulab jamun. I think I got that right. And this came with some sauce and a whole basin of rice. We went to India Oven in Bowling Green, Kentucky for a grand total of $35. Let's start with this onion bhajia. This is great. It tastes like an onion ring, but there's no onion inside. It just has onion flavoring, so it's kind of like a fry. I like it. I give this an 8. Now let's try a piece of this garlic naan. It's paper thin. That seasoning is out of this world. It has a nice garlic parmesan taste, and that is cooked to perfection. I'm not even joking. It's thin bread, but it has so much flavor to it. In fact, this might be the best bread I've ever had in my life. 9.5. Now let's try this buttered chicken for the very first time. Now they didn't give me a fork or nothing, so thankfully I had a fork in my car, but yeah. Holy crap! This might be the best thing I've ever tasted in my life.
The first time you try butter chicken, that's kind of what it's like. I didn't realize food could taste this good.
Okay, let me chill out.
Holy
This chicken
crap!
is like, it's like liquid. It just melts in your mouth, okay? And as for the butter taste, it does taste a little oily. But what I'm really getting is a cinnamon taste for some reason. And this is
That would be the
absolutely
garam
delicious.
masala.
You get these giant chunks of chicken in here. You get a lot of it. This thing was $15, I know, but look how much preparation and work went into this thing. And it's a big portion. It would take me forever to eat all this, and this broth and everything. This is divine. It is not the best thing I've ever had in my life, but it is truly divine. One of the best things I've had in my life. I give this a 9.9. I am absolutely blown away. I'm gonna be getting this a lot more. We're gonna break off a piece of this garlic naan and dip it in the buttered chicken. Let's see how good this is. My taste buds have been violated. That should be a crime. I'm tweaking. Okay, let's wrap this up with the gulab jamun. Oh dang, that's kind of hard to get in there. Okay, this is sitting in a bowl of syrup, by the way. With the syrup on it, it kind of reminds me of a condensed pancake, and it's kind of heavy in the stomach, so it's good, but I give it like a 6. If you ever hit up Indian Oven or any other Indian restaurant in the future, please get their buttered chicken. Do yourself a favor.
Oh, this is Luke Foods. I love Luke Foods. It's just him. He's so funny. He'll just review food in his car and he's just like spilling it on himself. He's just like got food on his face. He's just like, this is one of the best things I've ever tasted. But this is the first video I ever saw with him. It was him trying Indian food for the first time, and just his mind is blown. It's just very wholesome, you know. You gotta try that butter chicken. Holy crap! One of the things that I like to do is make like slow cooked chicken at home, like doing Indian at home in like the crock pot. The crock pot works really well for it. The key is just to get the right spices. You need those right spices to really get that flavor. I've tried like the pre-made like butter chicken sauces, the stuff that comes in a jar, and it's okay, it's edible, but it tastes like the fast food equivalent of like an actual meal. It's still one of those cuisines that I'm still really trying to nail down. Like the last time I made butter chicken, it was pretty good. The last time I tried to make it, it was pretty good. I have cashews. I blended up cashews into like a powder because that's one of the ingredients they'll use is like ground up cashews. Did I put cream in it? Oh yeah, we got the heavy cream. Are you telling that because you know there are vegans in this chat? No. No, I'm not one of those people that like gets a kick out of like reminding vegan people that meat exists. Like that's not really what I'm motivated by. I'm just talking about a food that I like to enjoy based on my values and principles in life. Like, I think eating dinosaurs is cool. I would try dinosaur. Just eat chicken. That's what they are. Ever seen one up close? I would love to improve my Korean cooking and Thai cooking, and I would like to learn more about Greek and Indian food. Nice. Nice. Greek, like Greek food, the Greek food I've made, not too difficult. Not too difficult. Like cooking Greek, like honestly, like Greek stuff and Italian stuff, it's not that much different. You know, you see there's a lot of overlap there. They're both like Mediterranean-esque. You know, and you got to remember that not all Italian food is pasta. Like pasta is not the only thing that Italians eat. There were some techniques that I needed to learn to really nail that like Chinese style cooking of like velveting stuff. You know, using like bicarbonate soda as a tenderizing agent. The thing about cooking Chinese is for the best results, it's like you gotta cook it hot, you gotta cook it fast. There's not like there you can get away with cooking a lot of stuff at like lower temperatures, but there are some cuisines and some meals that's like you have to cook them hot. You have to cook that on high. Otherwise it's just not going to work. Too much water's going to get released. It's going to get soupy. It's not going to sear properly. I don't have a proper wok because the old wok I had wasn't induction compatible, and so whenever I cook Chinese food, I have to make it in a flat skillet, and it works. It's like it can get the job done, but having a wok is helpful because you're like, you're cooking. You're cooking hard and fast, and you're mixing it around, and you're keeping it moving. People that get really into cooking with woks will often do it outside with a propane stove so they can get that heat, right? It's like they have a special because it's a bit deeper and it can the wok can almost like sit almost down in it. It's a little different. It's not really easy to get that on a conventional stovetop. I'm missing the game. Oh, is it the football game? Are the Chiefs playing? Oh, it's in the third quarter right now? Oh, and we're winning? We're winning, honey. Like when you have to cook at this level of volume, it's like you don't really have much choice. You gotta cook it hot and fast. Like you got people to feed. All right, let's see him go. All right, here he goes. There you go. I love watching people cook out of a giant wok. You know what's also interesting is watching people cook, and they're cooking in those giant when they're cooking for like 1,000 people. You ever seen those videos where it's like they'll be in like India and they'll be like just dumping bags and bags of lentils in there? Hold on, let's see. Like this kind of stuff. He has to like climb down into it. He has to wear like leg protection because he's down there like walking around in there. "37 feet wide and 15 feet deep." Yeah, my favorite is the guy who puts on the wraps so that he can get down in there and start pulling it out with buckets. Mmm. Mmm. What? Zarda? It's sweet rice. It can cook up to 4,800 kilograms. Ooh.
Hi, honey. Were you gonna say hi back to me? Hi. Hi. You are so beautiful.
Have you ever watched Report of the Week?
Good stretch.
Oh, a little. A little. I know who you're talking about. The Running on Empty food review. Where he reviews all of the fast food items. How is that different to any factories in the Western world? Well, you don't see it as much in the Western world. You see it a lot in, more of the, more of it as like an Eastern practice. The ideas of like community meals, or these places where it's like they will make enough food to feed thousands of people every day. And it's a part of like just their culture, and it's a part of the practice. Like, we do have some of those places in the Western world, but it's an extension of those Eastern practices. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that they, they're out there and they're trying to feed people. You love to see it. Like community-based stuff where it's like no matter who you are, if you show up, they'll give you a plate. You love to see it. I love a potluck, honestly. I love a community food event. I like something where everybody can, bring something and we can all come together and meet over food. Food really is just such a great unifier. Family dinner is in an hour for you. What's for dinner, Devin? What's for dinner? What's for dinner, Devin? Almost as if we were a pack species that hunts and eats together or something. You know? It's true. I think it's a vegan lasagna. Sounds good. Love a lasagna. I love a lasagna. I don't care if it's got noodles. I don't care if it's got zoodles. I don't care if it's got meat. I don't care if it doesn't. Lasagna is good. Lasagna is always good. We're a pack species. It's true, but we also crossbred with Neanderthals. Neanderthals were a bit more, they tended to stick to more like family units. They didn't really form as big of communities as Homo sapiens did. According to my DNA test results, I have an above average amount of Neanderthal DNA. Do you think they were more like introverts? That's an interesting hypothesis. We're not entirely sure. We have to speculate. From our understanding of like fossil records and stuff, is that Neanderthals were smarter, they were larger and stronger, but they were not as unified as Homo sapiens were. And the reasons why Homo sapiens survived and Neanderthal did not, and Neanderthal basically just like, it didn't like go extinct. It just kind of like was, they started breeding with Homo sapiens and they just kind of dwindled out. But yeah, one of the leading hypotheses as far as why Neanderthal didn't make it, but Homo sapien did, is just because of the strength in numbers that we had. Even though as individuals, Homo sapiens were not as big, not as strong, not as smart, they had strength in numbers. They had community. You got people who can watch the children, and then you got people who can go out and hunt and gather and, get food and absorbed in. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They were absorbed in. Did they fight against each other? There were probably some really wild conflicts in ancient prehistory. There were probably, just speculating, because it's prehistory, so we don't know exactly what was going on. I mean, there were probably, moon tribes, moon worshippers, and they're out there, those people who worship the sun, they are our enemy. They are worshiping the wrong orb in the sky. You know, we need to worship the moon. They're worshiping the sun, and so what are we gonna do? Let's hit them with a stick, you know? And nowadays we're dealing with the same shit, but in a different way. We're dealing with the same shit as a species that we've been dealing with for thousands of years, and that's kind of frustrating. But at least now we have words to talk about it, and we have the internet to share those ideas. So that's a bonus. Let's just hope it's not too little too late, you know what I mean? We haven't really changed. It's true. If you went back in time, you took a time machine and you went to the Ice Age, and you stepped out of your time machine and there's just a baby. There's just a baby there, an unattended baby. You're not kidnapping this time baby. You just found them. You know, maybe they got dropped off, maybe they got abandoned, maybe a saber-toothed tiger got the parents, who knows? Free claim. You're not kidnapped. You're not going back in time to kidnap anybody. Ads? Ooh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Let's say you went back in time and you found a baby in the Ice Age. Let's say you went back in time to the Ice Age and you found a baby and then you brought it back to the future. It would be basically indistinguishable from a modern human because it's running on the same hardware. It's got the same brain. We're still running around with Ice Age brains. Let's say I'm a mammoth. One of the popular ways of hunting mammoth was to chase them with pointy sticks until we got them to like run off of a cliff or something. What about the baby? If you went back in time and you got an Ice Age baby and you brought it to the modern day, you could raise it and it would be indistinguishable from a modern human. We still have the same bodies and the same brains that we did back in the Ice Age. Have we ever found a mass grave from a Stone Age conflict? That's a good question. I don't think it's a stupid question. I think that's interesting. Let's take a look, shall we? A 5,000-year-old mass grave suggests earlier origin of all-out war. Healed wounds and hints at a warrior class point to an ancient war in what is today northern Spain. So yeah, in prehistory, there were warriors. There were those who had to do the fighting, and that was kind of, you know, what they did, you know, especially when you started to have settlements where there was conflict. Now, compared to today, the numbers just didn't really match up. You're not going to see like millions of casualties, but relatively speaking, like percentage-wise, you might see like entire villages, entire tribes getting wiped out. And they're basing this, like they're seeing that there are healed wounds, you know, like somebody got, has a wound, and it's like, oh yeah, somebody got stabbed. You know, we see a knife mark on your bone, but it's partially healed. And then that wasn't what killed them. They actually died, and they would have died like years after that or something. You know, it just shows that conflict has existed for about as long as we have. There's a type of gene that's associated to being a warrior or something. Yeah, and it's probably a gene that gives you an abundance of testosterone. Testosterone is one of those things that really just, really drives that bloodlust. The roid rage, it's real. One of the theories as far as why humans were able to, expand and populate the world is because there was a decrease in their testosterone level. Originally, their testosterone was too high and they were killing each other too often, but in order to survive, they had to, proceed with less testosterone. Testosterone was literally just driving them to, like, murder and kill each other. Which makes perfect sense to me. I mean, it makes perfect sense if you think about it. It's like testosterone's all well and good, but it's like in abundance, it definitely makes you a bit aggressive and a bit violent. Just look at somebody who's all, strapped up on steroids. It's like, ooh, the roid rage. Large-scale warfare. Large-scale warfare really picked up in the Bronze Age. There was, according to these fossil records, you were still seeing some large-scale warfare in the Stone Age. But the Bronze Age, that's when things really got dicey for people. It's because now we got bronze-tipped arrows, we've got spears, we've got shields, we've got, think like ancient Sumeria, think like Mesopotamia, Kugelali Mundu. How do you spell his name? His name is Kugelali Mundu. Kugelali Mundu. I gotta remember. Okay. An interesting bit of history about this guy. This dates back to like ancient Sumeria. He had a title that he gave himself. He was the King of the Four Quarters. King of the Four. It's either King of the Four. It's either corners or quarters, depending on your translation. But back in these ancient times, they thought that there are four corners of the world. And I want to own all of it. I want to be the king of all four corners. Ancient Mesopotamia. Oh, it's Lugalane Mundu. Okay, I spelled it wrong. It's Lugalale Mundu. See, this is how they were doing it back in the Bronze Age. You had bows and arrows, you had big wooden plank shields, and war was just as terrible as it is today. But this is how they were doing it back then. Yeah, back before that, they were probably just using slings. They were probably just chucking rocks at each other, throwing pointy spears. They probably had bows and arrows, but they were probably like flint, They had a great photographer in 3500 BC. I know, right? And they got him to stand still for that picture. Is that the one guy complaining about the copper? The guy complaining about the copper, that is the oldest piece of like recorded writing that we've ever found. It's in like ancient it's somebody complaining about the quality of a shipment of copper that they paid for. They're like, this copper fucking sucks. Don't buy copper from this guy. It was much worse back then because people died of very easily treatable wounds, so any little infection could kill them in war. And you know what's really wild to think about is that that fact right there did not change for thousands of years. We still had people dying in the Civil War in America in the 1800s that were still dying of those same things. It wasn't until they invented penicillin. Penicillin was actually a game changer in the world wars. World War II, penicillin, the game changer. It's insane how much we've been dying. I know, it's almost as if humans don't want to make it as a species. You know? It's like we act in our... Like, we refuse to act in our own best interest so often. It's honestly absurd. Isn't bacteria slowly becoming more immune to... Oh yeah, that's what bacteria does, is bacteria evolves. It evolves very rapidly as well because it's constantly reproducing. And every time it reproduces, it has the chance of mutating. And then eventually it just mutates into something that's resistant to the antibiotic. And that's how you get stuff like MRSA. Ancient Mesopotamia is an interesting time in history because it's one of the first like recordings that we have of ancient history. There are also the Sumerian king tablets. And it's a big list of all of the Sumerian kings. But the weird thing is all of the names and like the length of time that they ruled was just completely like just bizarre. Like some of these kings is like, oh yeah, they ruled for 1500 years. This guy, he ruled for 300 years. It's like, how were they calculating a year? Who knows? So yeah, this is an interesting bit of history. Some people will look at this. Some people will look at this and be like, we used to live for thousands of years. We used to actually live for hundreds of years. People will look back at this and they'll be like, oh yeah, this proves that, you know, the Bible was accurate or something. And, yeah, it's like, I don't know, maybe people back then were just kind of making shit up. Anyway, ancient history is really interesting. So then you go back and it's like, oh yeah, this is the ancient dynasty. It's like, all right, 28,000 years, 72,000 years, 300 years. Nine years. 6 years. Can you imagine only ruling for 6 years when some other guy was ruling for 67,000 years? So the thing about ancient history is it's hard to really figure out what they actually meant in a lot of these records, because the records that we have are, you know, incomplete. They're also, you know, we don't have a lot of records. You know, we only have like one bit of reference material here. U.S. education also varies by school. For instance, I grew up in Oklahoma, and they called the Tulsa Massacre the Tulsa Race Riot and taught us that African American people were having a riot and had to be stopped. Oh, you mean they didn't tell you that they dropped bombs from planes onto what was the most economically successful black community in the entire country? You know, or maybe you grew up in Missouri where they didn't even bother to teach you about Tulsa. I feel like if you grew up in Oklahoma where Tulsa is, they would have to teach you about it. But not everybody even learned about it in school growing up. I didn't learn about Tulsa until I was an adult. You never learned about it? Oh, okay. Let's talk about it. Let's find, yeah, the Tulsa Race Massacre. This happened in 1921. Tulsa was known as Black Wall Street. Tulsa was the most prolific and economically successful, largely black community in the country. And in 1921, people were massacred. They dropped bombs on them from planes. This left thousands of people homeless, millions of dollars in damage. And then they rewrote history as if it was a race riot that had to be suppressed, when in reality it was the KKK that was the driving force behind the massacre. I learned about Tulsa through the Watchmen HBO show. I did too! I didn't learn about it until I saw it on a TV show as an adult. I'm like, wait, I thought they made it up for the show. I'm like, that's terrible. And then I found out it was a real thing. Oh my God, I was pissed. Because there are so many people that they didn't even bother to teach you about this in school. This happened here. This happened. You know, no, instead, you're learning about the 1920s. They're like, the roaring 20s. Let's talk about bootlegging. Let's talk about prohibition. Let's talk about World War I. You know, they often overlook this part. They were literally dropping bombs from planes. This is one of the... There's only a handful of times that anybody has ever dropped a bomb from a plane onto the United States, and this is one of those times. know, they killed hundreds of people, destroyed, like injured way more, you know, and this was just a real mark of shame on American history. Yeah, it's always interesting to learn history as an adult, and I would encourage everybody to revisit the history that they were taught in school because many schools will overlook a lot of stuff, just like this. You know, a lot of people don't know that this happened. A lot of people have no idea that the center for, like, the economic center for black people in America that was based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was essentially just leveled by racists. Disgusting. I feel like this is the real reason why they want to get rid of stuff like TikTok is because, you know, it makes it too easy for people to learn about stuff like this, and this is stuff that they don't really want people to learn about. Here in Spain, they don't teach us the Spanish Civil War correctly, right? And they do the same thing in America about our Civil War. They do the same thing in America about our Civil War. They make it seem like there were good guys and bad guys in the Civil War. And there were, don't get me wrong, there were, but it's much more complicated than that. Imagine just happening to live in a southern state and being forced into the Confederacy. And that's what happened to a lot of these people. It's like the people who were fighting and dying in the South, that's like they weren't slave owners. They like these were poor people. They were farmers. Like they had no choice but to fight. Like they were forced to fight. It's like there's this projection of like the American Civil War as being like good versus evil. The South just really loved having slaves and they wanted to keep having slaves, and that's the whole reason why there was any fight at all. But it's like there's a lot more to it than that. There's a lot more to it than that. The South was being grossly taken advantage of economically, and like it still is today. It's like the South is still like just not in a good place. Yeah. Messy time in American history. Absolutely. Like, I would imagine, like, I don't know, I would hope that it's not the same way everywhere. Like, I would hope that more countries would be willing to teach their children about the harm that their nation has caused, you know, in the name of that country, or in the name of expansion, or in the name of finance, you know? So that we can learn not to repeat those lessons. But I feel like we have such a tendency to gloss over anything and everything that makes us look bad. And it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Germany was basically forced to do it. Germany didn't have much of a choice there. It's like, Germany was literally like divided in half and occupied for like damn near 40 years after the fucking war ended, so. Let's just say war sucks. War is bad. Killing people is bad, you know, bold take, I know, I'm bold take, you know, hear me out here, I know. Yeah, even the most good versus evil war, it's like, no, there was still, you know, ill intent on both sides. It's like, we're fighting a war against fascism because we actually want our fascism to win. We don't want their fascism to win. You know, like around the end of World War II, the CIA was formed, and the CIA's prime directive in being formed was to perpetuate American interests and to maintain American superiority on a global scale. Like, in World War II, like, we saw that as an opportunity to seize power. It's like Europe was broken in half by war. We had a great opportunity to just you know, move in and take all the chips. And that's what America did. Like, don't forget that during the entire First World War, we made bank. You know why the Roaring 20s were so roaring? Because we were selling guns and bombs and tanks to the Europeans through the Lend-Lease program. Some people, though, Nazis, you know, we got Nazis at home to worry about now. If World War II was about defeating Nazism, then why do we still have Nazis? Why do we have Nazis here? Why are they walking around the streets of America? Why do they feel comfortable and confident enough to do that? You know who also really loved eugenics was a lot of the, you know, American conglomerates and the, you know, Henry Ford, Walt Disney, a lot of those really popular, really wealthy people at the same time. I just feel like any citizen of any country should be able to be critical of that country. You know, blind allegiance is bad. And in America, there's a lot of, you know, pressure to just be pro-American. You know, you have to condone everything we've ever done, and that's becoming harder and harder for people to do. You know, to just justify all of the endless war, all of the needless killing, you know, the million civilians that died in Iraq, all of the people that died in Afghanistan, the trillions of dollars we spent in Afghanistan to transfer power from the Taliban to the Taliban. Hitler himself said that Jim Crow was a great inspiration for his plans. Like, yeah, another thing that's looked over in history is how the laws that we implemented to segregate people of color was a template that was used by Nazis. Just looking back in history, it's really hard to find a time where it feels like America was the good guys. On a global scale, it kind of feels like America is just a toddler waving a gun around and everybody's a little too frightened to move because they don't want to accidentally get shot. Oh, they always want to talk about being proud to be an American. It's like, give me something to be proud of. You want me to be proud of being an American? Give me something to be proud of. That's how I feel. I'll be proud when we have healthcare and education and housing. That's not even a big ask. Most of the developed world already has those things. We have the money to afford those things. The reason why they don't give them to you is because they're trying to squeeze more profit out of you. The cruelty is the point. I'm just tired of being called radical as if my beliefs are that unattainable or that radical. It's like, I want universal healthcare. I want good infrastructure, you know, transportation, good roads. I want education. I don't want people to starve. I don't want people to go without a home. Now, does that sound so radical? This is your reminder that in the UN vote for whether or not food was a human right, only 2 countries voted no. Only 2 countries. In 2021, there was a vote in the United Nations. Is food a human right? 2 countries voted no. Only 2 countries voted no. United States and... Any guesses? Let me find the actual vote. But you're still the wealthiest nation, which makes it make even less sense that we take care of our people. We have all of this wealth, but what do we do with it? Nothing good. In 2021, the US and Israel were the only countries to vote against a United Nations Committee's draft that asserted food as a human right. The draft also expressed alarm that the number of people lacking access to adequate food rose by 320 million to 2.4 billion in 2020, nearly 1/3 of the world's population. In 2022, 44.2 million people in the United States lived in food insecure households, and 49 million people turned to food assistance for extra help. Why would anyone oppose that? I don't know. Just feels wrong, doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of feel wrong? Other countries must think we're all monsters here. I feel like that's what a lot of other countries are doing, is they're just, you know, they're like a baboon with a machine gun. They're like, take it easy, big fella. You want a banana? It's like they don't want to be on the receiving end. Yeah, all of these human rights are really getting in the way of our profit margins. The shareholders really don't like it when we respect human dignity, because it interferes with the bottom line. This is just us getting ready for protest season, you know? Whenever it gets warmer outside, that's protesting season. That's when people are getting out. That's when people are organizing. That's when people are out there, you know, throwing up signs. That's protesting season, and it's right around the corner once the weather warms up a little bit. So consider organizing. Consider talking to local groups or connecting with people in your community. You know, if you want things to change, throw your voice into the mix. What will you protest about? What should I choose? So many things to pick from. Yeah, what's going on in Gaza has been going on for a long time. And the people that are perpetuating that massacre, they know that if they do it slow enough, they do it over time, then public interest will dwindle and they can get away with doing it if they do it slowly. If they let you get distracted, they let you forget about it. Like, stop sending my tax dollars to killing people. I'm sick of it. There's a lot to be upset about if you're an American, so I would just say pick one and then organize with people who are also upset about that thing. I remember learning about it in the 90s. What they taught us in the 90s was that Israel is our most important ally, and they never really told us why, but they kept reiterating that it was, and that I always found that to be, you know, like that was something that I remember learning as a child. It's just like, oh yeah, Israel, that's our closest ally. It's like they never really elaborated on why that is or anything. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Chumpy, and thank you for gifting that sub to Super Sorceress. Really? Oh, really? Any proof? There are tons of pictures. You know, I would encourage you to, you know, research into it. Plenty of proof. There's first-hand interviews, there's video evidence, there's pictures. It's like whatever proof you need, it's out there. Just go look for it. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel that change is coming. I feel that we can build a better world and that we can make that happen. I believe We pulled the death card. It's a new era. Because we have different news in Europe. This is stuff that you might not see in your regular news outlets because the regular news outlets don't want to report on it. Even the main, like, news outlets in America will barely touch on it, or they will frame it in a certain way, or they'll put a spin on it, and they'll say, oh yeah, that hospital they blew up, there was a terrorist stronghold underneath. And then it's like, there wasn't. There wasn't. It wasn't true. And then they're like, oh, well, why did you blow up this hospital? Like, oh, we didn't actually blow up the hospital. They blew up themselves. They blew themselves up. And then they're like, okay. And then another hospital blows up, and then we stop talking about it. And now they've blown up every hospital. There's no hospitals left. Like, yeah, there are people that are actively murdering children in that region because they simply do not view them as human, because they belong to a different religion. Or they buy into propaganda that they're being trained from the time that they're toddlers to just be murderous monsters, and it's just simply not true. It's just... Hamas is actively killing people. That can be true, and the IDF killing thousands of children in Palestine can also be true. Those two things can both be true at the same time, and they are. We're not here to applaud Hamas. We're not here to condone their actions. We're here to say that the response is unjustifiable. No, it's the same line of propaganda that they've been feeding us since, the Gulf War, since, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these things. It's like, we're doing it to curb terrorism and global extremism. And in reality, what you're doing every time you blow up a family is just creating more extremists. But they know that, and then they use that to justify killing more people. It's like, well, they're extremists now because I blew up their family. I guess I get to blow them up too because they're extremists. It's like, so you can continue to justify the continued murder because the people that you're murdering are quote-unquote extremists, but the only reason why they are extremists is because you've been killing them for decades. Anyway, I need a break from politics. This is why I don't do politics. I'd get too fucking angry. I feel like I should be angry. It's angering. Time to volcano. Exactly. Just, I'm gonna say one more thing and then I'm gonna leave it at that. If you want to learn more about the plight of the Palestinian people, what I would encourage you to start off by researching is the Nakba. This goes back to 1948, and this is a time where, nearly 1 million people were forcibly displaced from their homes. And this was the precursor to what we're dealing with today. So if you really want to catch up on the history, I would start by reading this. Take a step back from what you hear on the news and try to look at the bigger picture here, because this has been going on for decades. And if you really want to appreciate things as they are now, we need to look back into history. I'm happy to educate, and the thing is I'm not going to get mad at people for buying into the propaganda that their governments have been feeding to them. I'm not going to get mad at people for becoming a victim of propaganda. I'll have a conversation with you. I'll hopefully help you figure out how things really are. It's not fun stuff to talk about. It's very dire. It's very bleak. It's very grim, And I understand why a lot of people would just rather, focus on the things that they're dealing with in their life, like, am I going to make enough money this week? Am I going to be able to afford my rent? It's like, I can't fault people for having a hard time looking outside of themselves, but I'm happy to help those people. They seem bad faith about it, and that's why I'm trying to be good faith about it. Let my good faith be the light that it needs to be. Anyway, I'm gonna go hit the volcano. I've earned it. I'm gonna go smoke a bag of weed. I earned it. Alrighty, buddy. I wish you peace, love, and a bag of weed. Have a great Saturday. I'm gonna go hang out with Casey and see what she's doing. We might play some games and stuff. Stay safe out there, take good care of yourselves, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. Really smooth. I like this flavor a lot. Let's see if I can taste the melon. I can taste the melon.